Hey, quick test. Eleven five. We are just going to be doing a little bit of announcing. If I can get the site to work properly. Let's see. There you are. All right. Hello. That is all of the outlets that I've advertised to. So, quick warning, I have bread baking in the oven because that is where I'm at mentally. When I think, I think if we've seen anything from the pandemic, it's that if you're in a high stress situation, what do? You make bread. Anyway, that's 10 minutes to go. So if I just like get up and run, it's so that my kitchen doesn't burn down. But in any case, hello, welcome to Night Rights. I am your host, Jax Wolff. A little bit about me, because I've advertised to a bunch of new outlets, including the actual Blue Sky tags for once. Yay! I am a queer fantasy writer. My current work in progress is, in fact, a fantasy romance. You see it taking up most of her screen right now. It's called The Nameless Song. It's about a dude who turns into a dragon and the shenanigans that ensue, mostly god murder shenanigans. But otherwise, that's about me. This is Otherwise Night Writes. It is a chill writing stream. They usually happen Thursdays and Fridays from 8 p.m. to whenever, but now and then I'll throw up a stream whenever I have time, roughly in the same time block, and it happens to be election night. So instead of staring and refreshing at the map every 5 minutes, which I have been doing for the past hour, and it's alright fun, I figured, we're all kind of wound up. Let's sit down and write for a while. How this works is it's pretty simple. We just sit back, relax, chill, chatter with each other in the chat. You are free to use the chat for whatever you'd like within reason. Please do not violate the YouTube TOS. Literally talk about yourself, your project, whatever, bond with each other, throw things at me. I will read things directed at me out loud and then respond to them. Every night we do have an icebreaker that is just a random question of the night that you can respond to, and I will read your responses and also react to them. Tonight's icebreaker is pretty simple. It's supposed to be chill. It reminds you of chill, cozy autumn fun because this is technically, well, we had one session November 1st to kick off writing month, but we are now in the thick of not Halloween season. So let's think about cozy autumn vibes. And therefore, our icebreaker of the night is, what are your MC's favorite ways to spend a cozy autumn evening? Whether that's to curl up with a good book or, I don't know, chug all the pumpkin spice lattes they could fit in their maws, or what have you, or just mope because they are summer children and winter is coming and stuff like that. Mine, just to answer my own question and get the ball rolling, I have two MCs. One of them is Mick. He is the dude who turns into a dragon in question, and he is very much the kind of person who's only up for shenanigans if somebody else is. So when left to his own devices, he would much rather just sort of sit around and chill with a good book, some tea, and just relax. When assuming that he's not working, he is a little bit of a workaholic as well. The other one, my other favorite child, is Eleanor, who is not just the love interest, but also the co-POV character for The Nameless Song. She is an elf. She wanted to go out on adventure and dragged Mick along, and shenanigans ensued that resulted in dragoning. And she feels really a little bit guilty about that because Mick is her best friend, and she kind of blames herself for that whole ordeal. But the main thing is, she is very much up for adventures 24/7. So if it's pre-Halloween, she is already in the Halloween spirit and just sort of dragging Mick to all of the Halloween events. If there is there's something like Halloween in their world, but it's not quite the same. Post-Halloween, it's oh, let's go hike trails, and oh, let's go, I don't know, let's go boating and down the river and see all the leaves, because that's a great vantage point. And oh, we need to do this autumn event. It's she constantly has to be on the go, because definitely not ADHD. Oh, the ADHD autism pairing. Well, not autism, more like ADHD anxiety pairing. But those are my characters. How about yours? And with that, I am going to turn to the chat and say hello at last. I am so sorry for commandeering that much time to chatter. So far, we've got Pausing the Keyboard, aka Companion Wolf. Hello, hello. And Companion Wolf says, bread, 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 bread. Hells yes, you understand. My apartment currently smells amazing. It smells like toasted bread crusts, which means that probably I did the recipe wrong, but it's a new recipe. It didn't turn out great. But so long as it's edible and there is a bread-like substance, I'm happy with it. That is how we should all feel about our creations. It might be perfect, but if it's in the ballpark of what we were aiming for, that is still a win. Then we have a new face. Hello, Jane Noel Pearl. Please accept my apologies if I pronounce that wrong. Just says hello, and hello to you as well. How are you doing? And in general, we currently have other voices in the chat, or not voices. I am encouraging you to be voices in the chat because it seems like we do have viewers. Please feel free to drop in and say hello. Answer the icebreaker of the night if you want to. If you don't want to, just vibe with everybody else. Oh, no, like J Noel. Oh, okay, gotcha. Got it. Thank you so much, by the way, for correcting me there. I will definitely keep that in mind. I've got it. So hello. Oh, oops. No worries, no worries. You don't have to. I don't mean to embarrass you or anything like that. I'm sorry. Oh, you pronounced it correctly? Oh, okay. No worries, no worries. Okay, so I have 3 minutes before I have to run into the kitchen. Please feel free, both to Jay Noel and to Companion Wolf, and to anybody else who might be in chat. Feel free to pop in. You can also see that there is a timer. Everything's set up basically. We will begin probably around 8:15 with our very first sprint. So if you want to drop in what you're working on as well, feel free to do so in chat. Share with us what your project will be. What are you going to be sprinting on? Or if you're not sprinting, that is totally okay too. We are totally fine with people just kind of like coming in, chilling and vibing to my voice. Also, one last thing, just like a little bit of housekeeping thing. I am screwing around with the music slider because I keep on listening to the stream. So I'm like, you guys can't, or at least in the playback, I cannot hear the music. And it's sort of like, well, I'm advertising the music as part of like these streams. I want you to be able to hear that music. So let me know if it's too soft. Let me know if it's too loud. I will continue to adjust. Companion Wolf says, okay, I'm going to do the icebreaker for a few of my Eldritch Absurdist Horror Baseball League players. Stand by. Ooh, Baseball. And that is a name title that I have not heard in a while. I fell off the wagon with it, and it's a shame because it was fantastic, but also, like, that wrapped up a couple years ago, right? And it's like, I feel nostalgic. Please do share your Baseball League players. I want to hear them. J. Noel says, so completely new to this. It came across Blue Sky. I thought this sounded fun. I write pretty much all genres. I'm currently revising a literary novel about falling in love very slowly. I love that. Genuinely, like, I feel like that's something that we don't talk about that often, maybe, if that makes sense. But love can happen in all different kinds of ways. But we're very much about, or media at least, is oops, I'll let go for a couple minutes. Um, I think it's beautiful to watch love blossom very slowly. Just that concept of finding joy in another person a little by little. So I wish you the best of luck for that. I personally would love to hear more about that. Feel free if you're willing to offer more details. If not, a-okay. But otherwise, drop your blue sky into the chat so that I can keep up with that, because that does sound like a very sweet story. And on that note, also, I will be right back in just like 2 minutes. And I'm back. So cool, hilarious story. The bread is done. It looks nothing like bread. It looks like a very sad puddle of, well, I mean, it's bread. It has crust. It's hollow. It's made of flour and yeast. But it is more like flat than loaf. And I don't think I'm going to be using that recipe anymore. But, it's about the pride in creation is the first thing that I've created all week. Because if you've been following my blue sky, you know that I've been in a major funk. So it's been hard for me to get back into the swing of things. But today I was like, I feel like making this bread. I found a recipe that came across Blue Sky. I was like, this sounds like a very easy thing to do. I'm going to create bread. I made the bread. It sucks so badly. Yeah, I'm not even sure how it tastes. I'm a little bit scared. It's right now cooling, and it's definitely sticking to the surface that I put it on to put in the oven. But, it is mine. It is bread. I have made it, and I am proud of myself. And that's the takeaway, really, that there is pride in creation and that we should be happy with all the stuff that we create, no matter how terrible it is and how far from what we were envisioning it to be. That said, let me check out the chat. Let's see. Companion Wolf says, key persona starting pitcher for the Denver Yellow Jackets is probably watching a movie during that cozy evening. It's likely an action film. Man after my own heart. Blackburn siblings answer incoming, lol. Scrap Blackburn, second police person for the Baltimore Weavers, probably out practicing. You don't become one of the top players in the entire league seeding round. I think autumn is their fave season. Honestly, that makes sense because it's like the middle or like after the season ended, you don't want to like fall out of practice. and the air is not quite bone-chillingly terrible to be practicing in. So that makes sense. But also, damn, ambition. More in line with the key persona up there. Like, this is perfect fall activity, watching action movies. Jay Noel says, and each part was written to a Sam Smith song. So the first is Stay With Me, then I Know I'm Not the Only One, then Leave You Lover, and the last part is Lay Me Down. Ooh. Not just slow love, but also music focused love. I like that so much. I am here for it. And also kudos to you for making bread, and yay bread. Hells yeah. Bread. Hopefully tasty bread. We shall see. Though there's literally nothing in it except for flour, yeast, and salt, and a lot more water than I probably should have used. So I'm thinking that it might not be great bread, but an attempt was made. But in any case, Companion Wolf says, Uniski Blackburn, pitcher for the Pittsburgh Walks, doing some kind of craft, maybe making patches to sew onto things like their hat. Awesome. At least you tried to make the bread. That counts. Amen. That is it. That is really it. Like, attempts were made. There we go. Just opening the window a little bit. All right. So, Companion Wolf, you can keep on going if you want to. You probably have a lot more characters to share. But it is currently 8:20. We will begin our first sprint in just a moment. So if you have a document up, get your hands on the keyboard and prepare thyself. We will be starting in just a minute. I keep on teasing you. I'm sorry. In all seriousness, we are starting right now. So, on your marks, get set, and go. Man, it occurs to me, I don't know if that caught anything. Apparently, for the past 5 minutes, I had my headset muted because a garbage truck fucking just rolled on past. And I live on a second floor, so it's like engine roaring. And on top of that, garbage men, God bless their souls, but whenever you have a whole team of five dudes like yelling at each other, it does not make for a conducive stream. So I apologize for that. But basically, let's see. Companion Wolf says some choice names from the pitching rotation I'm rolling up, like Chris Sunset, High Voyager, Dr. Fox. All excellent names for CERN, especially High Voyager. And also, we are 5 minutes into our 15-minute break between sprints. If you haven't done a word sprint, by the way, I apologize for not explaining what one was before we left right into it. But basically, it is a time period, usually 20 to 30 minutes, when you sit down and you get as much progress as possible done in a short amount of time. Then at the end of it, you talk about your progress. We all root for you, and it is a good time held by all. I had only gotten 266 words done in that space, and that is, I like to think it's because I'm just easing back into things, and it's been difficult, as you probably know, to get back into writing and creating when so much is going on all at once, both in general and personally. So, self kindness. But let us know how you did in chat. Talk about your progress, how much you did, how what you did, that kind of thing. And we will cheer you on. In the meantime, as I said just before I realized I was fucking muted, I am going to get up and do a little bit of a stretch, water break, grab a snack. You should do too, like self-care or health care. It's hydrate or dehydrate, and then self-care or something else. Self-care or health care, I guess. But point is, like, self-care is essential to doing any sort of creative work. So make sure that you're hydrated. Make sure that you're stretching and walking away from your screen or moving away from your screen, however you'd like to do that. Just give yourself a little bit, your body and your mind, a little bit of a break between each intense session, and make sure you're fed and watered and all that fun stuff. So yes, on that note, bread. And I'm back. Funny story about the bread. So, came out A-okay. Tastes alright. Like, the crust is very crispy, the inside is very soft, it's very nice. It fucking stuck as hell to the pan and the piece of aluminum foil it was on, though. So that was fun to remove. But questionable success. Anyway, in the chat we have J. Noel says, I'm editing in the moment, so it's hard to judge how much is getting written. Editing also counts. Feel free to just like cover however much text you've edited, and that can be your word count. But any progress is good progress, for sure. And on that note, we are getting back into sprints. Companion Wolf, did you make any progress in the quick few seconds that we have before the next sprint? All right. We are on to sprint number 2. So, get your pens ready, and here we go with the next 20 minutes. Good luck. All right, and there we go. That is another 20 minutes down. Let's see, how did we do? Companion Wolf said, regarding the last run, oh, I got the pitching rotation for the Lawrence done, plus rolled modifications for them and all the Uranda's roster. Cool, cool. How did this run go? And same to you, J. Noel. As for me, let's see. I honestly don't remember where I started. I think it was like 260 something? Let's see. Calculator. $72, 260. Let's call it 306, which is still but it's still progress and it's still very slow going. I do have a little bit of transcription to do, so at least there's that. We'll get to that soon, but let me start the timer for the long break and tell me how you guys did. Companion Wolf said, I consider adjusting the lineups and such to match the team switching that happened in game 10, but the idea is exhausting to do, especially on phone, so I'm not doing it tonight. That is fine. That is completely understandable. Like, that kind of goes over my head. But definitely tackle it however, whatever makes sense to you. And I also give you kudos if you are literally building your own season of baseball. I'm just saying. J. Noel says, I didn't get much writing done this round. That is totally okay too. This is more of a vibe. And I am also looking up the interiors of general stores, and not gonna lie, like, I know nostalgia for like turn of the century stuff is kind of like iffy, I want to say, but there's something about general stores, man. They are so cool, and I'm so sad that they went out of style thanks to box stores and malls and stuff like that. Like, just the idea of having like a little neighborhood shop that sells everything, all these knickknacks, man, something else. And just mom and pop stores in general. Like, I'm too young to remember that era. I'm not gonna lie. Like, by the time that I was born, it was the mall era. We had malls. We had it was the beginning of the box store era, so you started seeing things like the modern day Walmart and stuff like that. But like, I don't know, it feels like the idea that you could just open up your own shop and specialize in one thing that your community needed. That is what people were talking about whenever they were like, yeah, you can definitely make it out there. Like, anybody can run a store, anybody can build themselves up from the ground up. And then all of a sudden, corporations took all that away and gave us the same box chains everywhere. And I guess that really is it. Like, it's not the same because it's faceless now. It's corporate. And when that's prevalent, it feels a lot like you can't craft your own future anymore, if that makes sense. It makes sense. What am I talking about? But like, that's the thing, and I think that is the key to like moving forward. I think like just understanding that our future can't be in corporations. It has to be in these little nooks and crannies that you carve out yourself. And I don't know how practical that is in the modern era, I know, but at least in the Western world. But Yeah. Let's see. First off, Companion Wolf says, I am building my own league and season. We're in a test season on game 12. Ooh, good luck with that. That is intense, and I am giving you all the salutes. J. Noel says, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? I'm 38. I am actually also in my 30s, mid 30s. Just a teeny bit younger than you are. I think it's so if what I'm describing doesn't sound like it doesn't sound super familiar. It's also, I think, a regional thing. I specifically grew up in how do I put this? It's Pittsburgh. It was Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh was weird in that a lot of it had been and still is stuck in the past. Like, you definitely had this sense that a lot of spots there had got into the 1930s and stayed there. But at the same time, it was very, very prone to attaching itself to modern conveniences like Walmart. So you had a lot of that country, middle America. Yes, we get everything at Walmart. And that was chased, or that chased the time period where we all had our malls. Like, I specifically grew up literally just up the hill from the third largest mall in America. Before it kind of fell by the wayside in the late 90s, when malls stopped being as much of a thing. But it was very much a thing. Like, you went to the mall for everything, or you went to Walmart. But yeah, that was my childhood, so I don't fully remember a time whenever it was before then, when we used to have butchers. My grandmother would tell me stories about that. Like, you would go to the butchers, you would go to you would get your kosher cuts, and for a long while she did that, even though she couldn't fucking cook. But like, you had your butcher, you had I don't know, your baker, your shoemaker, everything that you could ever need was in separate stores, and that continued to be a thing until the aforementioned Third Lodgers Mall opened up. Then all of a sudden, everything became strip malls. And then the strip malls and the mall fell by the wayside in favor of Walmart. So that was the progression. Companion Wolf says, Pittsburgh, my dad's side of the family is from there, small world. It really is. I never realized we've known each other for years, and I don't think you ever told me that your dad's side of the family is from Pittsburgh. But in some ways, I do miss it. It is a beautiful little city, and it's gotten a lot better since I left it. Also, rent makes it, looking at Pittsburgh rent makes me very sad. To give you an idea, I live in New York City. So rent for me for a 1-bedroom apartment, which is very nice, by the way, it's got enough elbow room for one person, which is shocking and really difficult to do, but it costs a full-on paycheck. Like, I'm talking $1,800 a month. It is gross, but that is the average rent in New York City. Studios tend to go for, you might be lucky and get like $1,600 a month for a studio. But the average really is about $1,800 and above. And that's if you're in a decent location and not living in a closet. I've also seen like $2,000 a month for a literal closet. Like, they would convert a water closet in a basement of a building into a studio apartment, and that is gross as hell and potentially illegal, but that is New York for you. To give you a comparison, though, if you go to Pittsburgh and you pay $1,800 a month, you want to know what you get? You get a fucking two-bedroom house. I'm like, God damn it. Like, this place, I was looking around on Trulia last month, actually, because I'm going back and forth about whether or not I want to move back to Pittsburgh for rent reasons and also X reasons. But I'm refinding my roots in New York, and there are more work opportunities in New York, so doubtful. But you go on to Trulia, you look at these two-bedroom houses. I'm looking at one and I'm like, there's an entire kitchen in here. This place has stairs. What the fuck? You get stairs and a washer and dryer? What? So, yeah, I am very sad. J. Noel says, I agree, that's too much. I live in Cali, so I know about high rents, though mine is truly reasonable. Oh god, in Cali, yeah, I'd imagine. I know people out in Cali as well, and depending on where you go, it's like my brother in arms when it comes to rent. Like, I've looked at San Francisco rent because some of the jobs I was looking at are also out there, and yeah, it's like the longer you look at it, the more you realize you understand why all the artists live in weird communes in warehouses that are not code. It's because, granted, I think the one that I'm thinking of is actually in Seattle, but which is just as bad. God, our housing situation in general across this country is just fun. But at the very least, I think it's on the positive side. Neither of us are Boston. Like, I don't know if you looked at the situation up there, but I was because, again, looking for work and looking for jobs up there. For some reason, Harvard has been putting out a lot of editorial jobs lately. Not going to question it, just going to apply. But apparently in Cambridge, yeah, you can get a bedroom for $1,800 a month. That is a bedroom, and you share with two other people. And I'm like, is there anything on Trulia where you're not living with, like, you're a college student? And the answer is no. J. Noel says, the whip I'm working on right now takes place partly in New York, and there's a group of artists living in a theater rent style. That is really cool. I mean, it's very true that we're creative when it comes to finding space to put things. Like, I am dead serious when I say that somebody turned like a heating closet into a studio. That is actually not unusual, but God, I would love to live in a theater. Like, I can't imagine that the logistics of turning a theater into a living space would be practical at all, but like, that would be so aesthetic. But also, I'm here for rent style living situations. Companion Wolf says Seattle, I would consider that state for moving, but the rent, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I haven't looked at the very specifics of what it's like up there, but yeah. Yeah, everybody that I've ever spoken to who's lived in Seattle lives with at least two other people in a roommate situation. J. Noel says, Seattle is so expensive. I liked it a lot, but it costs too much. Yeah, I 100% believe that, Jesus. Beautiful city. I want to visit it one day. Like, I've heard so many amazing things about that corner of the country. Like, it sounds like an amazing little haven for creatives and artists, but I don't think I would ever be able to live there, and I applaud anybody who has the money to do that. Jane Noel says the theater is mostly intact. They live in the green and dressing rooms, and their studios are in places like the crawl space. Ooh, that is actually very practical. Like, yeah, a dressing room would actually make so much sense as somebody's apartment. But also, I am very fascinated by the general layout of this place. Like, what is the theater itself used for? Like, that huge theater space, is that also studio? Also, less than a minute for to our next sprint, just as a heads up, everybody. So, if you're writing or if you're editing, just be prepared. 30 seconds to go. J Noel says nothing. Yeah, I guess that would make sense because that is a massive space to do any sort of conversion. And if we're and like if we're talking about old, that would be like a lot of wiring for heating and whatnot, wouldn't it? J Noel says like when the band comes and plays, they play on the stage, but it's wasted space. Shame, but I get it. Like it wouldn't be practical to convert to anything else, would it? Or modernize it too if you're like just living in a space, you know? But I love that. I love that idea. But that said, it's like a 300 it's like a 300 people theater. Oh, so it is massive too. So that would be a nightmare to renovate into anything other than a theater, I'd imagine. But at the very least, you say that the space is mostly intact, so I'd imagine. So at the very least, it's not like rotting in there or anything like that. I'm sure. I mean, this is a fictional place, so either way, you can decide whatever. It doesn't have to be completely realistic about whatever's going on in there, but still. I'm just like, I just like the mental image of what's going on in there. Joe Noel says, oh wait, I forgot they go to the theater restrooms to do... Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, dressing rooms didn't really have bathrooms in them, did they? Anyway, are we ready for the next sprint? Okay. Next sprint. Here we go. 20 minutes on the clock. Good luck to everybody. We begin right now. All right, and there we go. We have just finished up our next sprint. Let me just start the timer. And how did we do? Let's see. Last count was 572. Right now it's 858. 286 this run. That's still not bad, but you know. How about everybody else? I'm also kind of giving my voice a little bit of rest, because I admit I had a little bit of bread and at the very start of the sprint, and I think it's a little bit saltier than I probably should. / I might be a little bit reacting. I don't know what it is, but my throat kind of feels a little bit itchier than it normally would. So that's interesting. I might actually take a little bit of a longer break here and make myself some tea or some cocoa to help soothe the voice. This is also kind of like, I tend to talk a lot more with these streams. So I admit it's a little bit quieter, but like, I haven't been hydrating well these past couple of days, and this is the most I've spoken in since the last run. So it's kind of like I am just murdering my throat right now. Lena Cat, hello. Lena Cat said, I just showed up, uses that time to kind of decide what to start working on. Oh, that is totally a-okay. We're going until I don't know when. I might run this until midnight, just so that, you know, I could hang out with the FC, but, you know, forcing myself to get back into writing is something that I just need to do. These chapters aren't going to write themselves, and I can't keep on feeling sorry for myself with real life shenanigans. I don't think I've actually told the Discord all of that much. But the breakup, just to give you like a rundown, Lena, and whoever else might be listening and hasn't tuned in to past streams and / hasn't really followed me on Blue Sky, but basically the breakup had become official essentially last week, and by it had become official, I don't mean that he finally reached out and said, yeah, we're over. I still have not heard from him since, like, I haven't heard a single word from him since September 17th, just as like a happy birthday, and to give you an idea of where we were essentially mentally. My birthday is on September 16th, so like he was late and he'd spent most of summer on and off ghosting me. He dumped a shit ton of debt onto me, to the tune of 30,000. So it's been fun. And basically over the weekend, you know, I've been trying to reach out to him every so often just to be like, hey, we need to talk about this. We need to talk. And I found out that well, I had left him a voicemail last week, and I was like, yeah, if I'm pretty sure we're done. I can't do this anymore. But, you know, I'm still going to reach out to you because this is $30,000. And he blocked my number. So that's, yeah. So that's why I've been depressed, and that's why I've been kind of like, I have been in a writing funk. So, like, this is kind of like me forcing myself to get back into it. But also, it's like, it's election night. And I fully admit I've been going back and forth between the election map and here. And I'm not going to say how the country is doing out there. I know that there are anxious people here, and that is not the point of the night. But the point of the night is essentially to take our minds off of the fun stuff and to hang out with each other and get rained in and listen to chill music. And that's just what I needed to do, essentially. But going back into it, going back into this chat, I mean, Companion Wolf says, I finally settled on a design for the in-universe commissioner for my baseball league. Their name is Rainier Kent Byrne. That is hilarious, Kent Byrne. And they're very afraid my league happens 50 years after. Excuse me. Apparently homemade bread was not a great idea, but anyway. My league happens 50 years after canon's end. Ah, gotcha. Out of curiosity, is there like a website where you can post like your own fan-made leagues, or where is this fan-made league happening exactly, or is it just sort of like you're doing it on the side in notebooks? Because if the latter, that is awesome. Alina Cat says, oof. Companion Wolf says, what the heck? And Companion Wolf says, I want to fight him for you. I love you guys, but yeah, I have no words, honestly. I don't know what to say. It just kind of like up and disappeared, and that's that. But you know, there were red flags beforehand, and I just kind of didn't see them. And some of it is like I walked headlong into what was very clearly a trap. Like for example, some of that debt was like a $12,000 personal loan that he convinced me to take out so that he can do things. By things I mean pay off his own debts, so that he can go and pursue a degree. And I shouldn't have done that. Don't number one lesson for all of you girlies out there is never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, take a loan out for anybody but yourself. Like, if you want to do it because you need the money to follow your own dreams, by all means. But like, if you're not actually going to even partly use that money yourself, do not do it. But I did because I was in love with the person, and he took advantage of me. The grand irony is that he also was very much against me talking about this to other people. He doesn't want to talk about it to anybody else. But as the you know how the Mulan meme goes, now all of China knows you're here. Well, now the meme for me is, well, now all of China knows your dick. I've been telling this story to literally everybody because obviously I have been desperately depressed over this. Just sort of like not only being left in the lurch for this much, but also just sort of like being abandoned, essentially. I have not had the best of times with people in general. For a lot of my life, you know, people have told me that I'm essentially trash, for one reason or another. Usually because they would take advantage of my patience and essentially focus on themselves. And then whenever I'd get tired, whenever I didn't have the energy to deal with somebody else's baggage, all of a sudden they would be like, well, you're a terrible person. And that's what I've had to deal with for most of my life. So, like, sometimes it's hard to remind oneself that, you know, you're worthy of love when so many people just sort of like up and leave whenever they stop feeling that you're useful, you know what I mean? And I'm saying this because I feel comfortable doing it, and I apologize for being super duper personal in the stream and being kind of a downer about it. But I'm slowly digging myself out of the hole, and it's a combination of things. It's a combination of you know, finding support with a lot of people out there. Like, you're not the only one who has been like, I want to beat this guy up. Like, my FC, I told them this because, you know, they're like my little family outside of my family, and they were like, yeah, we want to track, do you want us to track him down and then beat him up? And I was like, I would love for you to do that, but also don't do that. But it's that. It's a little bit. I'd hate to be like hyperfixation, but it's a little bit like surrounding myself with creators who are also going through it, and you know, who are willing to listen. Blue Sky is a very healthy environment. A little bit Streetlight Cadence too. Like shout out to that to Folk Rock Senpai, because like watching their episodes and watching them talk about how they're getting through a time whenever they felt that was the end of the road for them. Yet they're still here. They got back on their feet. They're still here and they're still going. It's like, you can do this. You can get back on your feet and you can still create art. There's still time for you. It's not over for you. So, like, getting back into that, like, yeah. And I am getting a little bit emotional. I apologize for that. But the main point is, like, slowly, it's taking time to get back out of it. And to be as cheerful and creative as I was not too long ago. Like, I wrote 170,000 words this year, and that is impressive. Like, I've written huge drafts before, but never in 1 year. And the novels that I have completed in a year have never been nearly this long. And I want to see this through to the end. And I know that I can do this, but it's going to take a little bit of time to get there, and a little bit of nudging. And I feel incredibly blessed that I have all of these resources, like direct support and inspiration to keep on going. And, I love that. Going back into the chat, Companion Wolf says, I'm doing my league using 2 TTRPGs. I assume that's D&D. Oh, one called Deadball and one called Blaze, all caps. And the actual Blazeball website for reference for additional mechanics. It's basically a solo TTRPG, not a website. Oh, okay, so as soon as you said solo TTRPG, I'm like, oh, gotcha. That is really cool. Like, I've heard of solo TTRPGs, and they look like so much fun. They're such little creative projects, and I am 100% here for you. If you're willing to share more of it, though, like, if you're willing to post it somewhere, I would love to take a look at it, because, like, there's so much thought that's going into this. Like, you're coming up with stats and all these characters, and it's like, if, like, wiki that shit. Like, I'm just gonna say it right out. Like, get a fucking wiki, man, and put it up there. Like, or a word anvil. Like, I think word anvil is the one where you can, like, toss in all your world building stuff. Like, you gotta show that shit off, man. Lena Cut says, I'm sorry that is happening to you. Hope you find comfort in the things you love and don't beat yourself up too much. And also love that meme. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's the being myself up part is more of the struggle right now, but it's also like fresh runes. So, I'm sure that once it's been 4 years since I was really on my own. And that doesn't seem like too long, but like, it's weird to get back into the space where I'm completely alone. Like, there's no, I'm just going to say pause because we're going to keep on just chatting for a bit. There's like no moment where we're going to get back together and I'm going to have somebody in my bed. Somebody that I wake up to every morning. Warm body, essentially, at nights. We didn't really share meals, so that was probably one red flag. But, like, there's nobody around who's, like, there to talk to and there to make me laugh whenever I need it and whatnot. And nobody that makes me feel like we're in this together, if that makes sense. Like, there's just nobody. And that's the roughest part. But it's not like I'm alone, because there's you, there's the stream, there's the FC, I do have people offline to talk to. There are ingress groups that meet up every month. I've been going back to those. And, I live in New York City. I'm going to find my people eventually. Like, I'm going to find a new group of people. And it's going to be okay, but it's going to take some time to rebuild, essentially. Jax Wolff says, hugs for you. Hug, hug, hug. Love you. You are worthy of love inherent simply because you exist. Love that. But yeah, you're right. Everybody is worthy of love, myself included. Or at least most everybody. Like, there are some monsters out there, but, for the most part, if we ignore the monsters, and even then, like, monsters are monsters because, largely because they haven't received love at one point in their lives. Or they haven't received the support they needed, the help they needed, which is essentially a form of love. At least that's my opinion, anyway. But, yeah, the main thing is, like, I'm worthy of love, you're worthy of love, we're all worthy of love. Kid says, not a downer, it sounds like you're a narcissist magnet. I'm the same because he gives so much to others. Yeah. And I also have this habit of wanting to help people. Like, my way of approaching people is to be like, oh, I need to give you words of encouragement and comfort. And some people need that more than, or some people want that more than they want help. And in some cases, those kinds of people also need help. So it's sort of like, yeah, I'm very much a narcissist magnet, and it's something that I've known for ages. It's why I don't deal a lot with fandom anymore, because I used to be in the Pokemon fandom, and there are a lot of people there who I've always described it as a space full of hurt people who don't know how to deal with their hurt. So you have a lot of people who turn to the internet essentially for comfort and to be as weird and toxic as they feel like they're free to be. So consequently, I'd get wrapped up in all these groups who were full of people that were just thinking about themselves and whether or not, they were on top of it, they were the smartest person in the room, or whether or not they were having fun, and whether or not people were thinking or talking about their ideas. And it was just not a good time. So, like, I've kind of recognized, the point is, like, I've recognized since the very tail end of me putting up with that, because I put up with that for like a couple of decades, and at the very end I was looking at, all the relationships I met through Pokemon, either online or through Pogo, because I knew a lot of Pogo players who were like that too. And I was looking at the relationships I had beforehand. I was like, wait a minute, there's a pattern here, and that pattern is all these people it's not me, essentially. So at the very least, there's that, but it's like, the main thing is the problem with being in toxic and abusive relationships for most of your life is that even if you intellectually know that it's not your fault and that what you got into was really the other person being hurt and not knowing how to deal with that, you still internalize some of what they essentially, or some of how they taught you to see yourself. So, like, instead of understanding is saying to myself, yeah, it's not my fault, I'd say to myself, yeah, it's not my fault. These people were kind of dicks. This situation is not my doing. There's still always that little voice that says, well, you are the most common denominator in all these situations, so therefore, you are a little bit at fault too. Like, I remember one time, I was talking about how, ironically, a lot of my relationships tend to end after 4 years. That includes this one, apparently. But after that 4th year, most people are like, either they show their true colors or they start ghosting, or they do both. And I was talking about this, and one of my friends at the time, I don't remember what for, but she just like went off on me, and she really wanted to hurt me. And at one point she was like, you keep on talking about how people leave after 4 years, but maybe you should think about, maybe you're the problem, essentially. And that has stuck with me. That she said that when I was like in my early 20s, and I'm currently in my mid 30s, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about that asshole and what she said. Because, like, Occam's razor, like, you think about how all your relationships failed, and you're like, well, these people are all different, but I'm the one who's the most common denominator of all these relationships. You don't really think, well, maybe they all failed because you keep on meeting the same fucking person, just with a different name every single goddamn time. But yeah, that's mental health for you. I get a therapist, but I can't really afford a therapist right now because of the $30,000 debt. You know how it is. God, God, our health system is fucked up, isn't it? But getting back into it, 170 is an amazing number. Thank you. I don't know how it did it. I don't know how I did that, and technically it's not a great thing because, like, they say a novel should be 125,000 words maximum if you're wanting to query it, because most agents will auto reject novels if they're longer than 125,000. And even then, like, it depends on the genre. Like, fantasy is 125, but like lit fic might be 80,000, something like that. So that's why we haven't gotten to the better read yet. That is why I haven't been able to query yet, because, like, it's a slow process of rewriting and trimming things down. But we'll get there. Bay 1000. Also, hello, Bay. I assume that is the Bay that I have known for 10 million years, but feel free to correct me if that is not the case, and if I'm meeting you for the first time. Second, pause on the keyboard that you're worthy of love. Then I read the parenthetical and see that you answer my own question. Hello. Also, this is Bay, been lurking here for a while and got distracted with other things here to cheer you on. Aw. But also, welcome. I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so glad that all the Discord people have dropped in. Like, I feel like I haven't spoken to you as often as I should. I don't know why that is. I've been so bad at chatting in general. Like, I have blue sky DMs that I need to get back to eventually. Discord DMs. It seems like the only people I consistently talk to in a chatting format is the FC. But I will fix that eventually. In any case, I'm also glad you're here, Babe, because I want to hear about what you're working on. I know that Foul Play has either wrapped up or is in the process of wrapping up. You'll have to forgive me for not knowing which. Ever since I got off Tumblr, I have also been shit at keeping up. Also get a blue sky so that I can follow you. I love you, Bay. Cameron Wolf says, I can share the leak doc with you on Discord. A wiki is a great idea. I will look into how to do that. For sure. Like, share the leak doc. Share it with all of us because that would be awesome. But also, I feel like you would like a wiki. It is a way to organize your thoughts. It's your own space so that you have as much time and space to go off. And I don't know, you kind of like, I don't mean this in a bad way because like I'm like this too. Like hell yeah, sisters in not sisters, but you know, siblings in neurodivergence. But like you also have the vibe of somebody who would like love organization. Like, oh shit, I can make pages for all of my OCs and they're separate from the system. The pages that cover all the system, and there can be subpages for the system so that I can navigate everything in all of my thoughts. I would love that. As you can tell, I have been thinking about making a wiki for the Nameless Song, which is why I passed that idea on to you, because you would benefit from it more, because you are doing an entire ass TTRPG centered around statistics, and I feel like it would flourish, and I want to encourage this. Linkett says, 4 years is a long time, people get degrees in that time. Yeah. That is actually a good way of putting it. Also, it's sort of like our time together straddled the pandemic, so it feels longer too. Like, I met him literally in August 2019. So, like, this relationship literally lasted longer than a presidency. And, well, not as long as the presidency, actually, since it fell through just now. But, it lasted longer than a pandemic. Like, he still had his place, but he would come in and spend, like, weekends and then full-on weeks at a time, holed up in my little corner of isolation. And, that is where our relationship flourished, essentially. And yeah. So I guess it does feel like a lot longer because we had that. Canyon Wolf says 170, so many, I don't write. And oh god, trimming down over 50,000 of that. Leonicat says, there's no reason to knock the writing of words. They don't all have to be in there, but you did write them. That is also very true. And also, I will bring up the age-old word of wisdom, which is essentially, don't throw away anything you wrote. Everything you wrote is valuable. So I have all of my words saved in multiple copies. The older draft is the older chunks of the draft is still there in the same Scrivener doc, and I will cherish them. And I will miss a lot of the bits that I'm going to have to cut out because they just don't fit, or are going to be shuttled off to the next book. But they're there, and I am proud of them for sure. Though I am also irritated because I need to cut. Bea says, no worries, I finished and posted the final foul play chapter back in August. Ooh! In that case, I have to go back and read that full thing. But also, congratulations. I am so proud of you. It must feel so amazing. You've been working on foul play. God, how long has it been? I feel like it might have been 10 years? Something like that? No, it's a Gen 7 fic. And Gen 7 was what? 2016? So nearly. So, But still, it's like you wrap that up, and that is awesome. I know that it was your baby for a long time, and I know that you've been struggling with it here and there. So like, it's incredible to know that you wrapped it up. But also, that bears the question: what's next on your plate? Leocat says, Word Anvil. World Anvil, that is what it is. World Anvil, not Word Anvil, is probably a good place to start if looking into Wiki for writing projects. I have looked into it a few times, and at least once a year I go and revisit it. Agreed. Like, I have an account there myself, and I've been meaning to use it, but like, I also kind of like wandered away for a bit. And there's really no reason for it because it has so many different tools. Like, it is so flexible and open. So I highly recommend if you're thinking about like hammering something out for your story. Leocat says 4 years for a regular degree. I also often joke with people that it takes 2 years to get a master's degree to be a master of something. Also very true. And it kind of is like, I mean, I get the point of a master's degree. Like, you're focusing in on the interests that you had or that you built during your bachelor's, but it's still kind of funny that like you spend 4 years trying to figure out what it is you want to do with your life, and then 2 years actually learning how to do the thing that you want to do with your life. It says 7 years, though I did have several months hiatus here and there, lol. But yeah, relief it's finally finished. I mean, to be fair, the average time span it takes for a fanfiction writer to write a chapter is a year, am I right? So I wouldn't be too embarrassed. 7 years is still a lot of work, and that is really cool that you wrapped it up. But that said, what are you? I know, circling back, but what are you writing tonight? / what is your baby right now? And Leocat, what are you working on tonight? And we'll also start in on the next sprint fairly soon. I'd imagine as soon as we're sure that the chat is ready. Although, again, I had mentioned that I was thinking about making some tea or cocoa, and I might actually do that, which means that we will get like a 10-minute break, possibly in not too long. I just kind of want to watch the chat for a little bit longer. Companion Wolf says, I got distracted by Pit Crew. LOL. That is a mood. It's either Pit Crew or Q quiz, you know what I mean? Like, every writer's bane. Like, you're all set to write, and then you're like, I found the perfect Pit Crew to mess around with in order to create my characters. Or, I have found an amazing U quiz, and I need to take this so that I can figure out what flower I am, or what flower my writing is, or alternatively, what 18th century poet would have a bitter rivalry with me. Leocat says, tonight I'm working on what was supposed to be my first draft of a fall project, which is one of my prequel novels to my series. And I don't know why I read it like that, but it was meant to be a novella, but it's probably going to be a novel, still focusing on the first half, for first draft fall, sorta. I just realized how much of a tongue twister that is to say out loud, first draft fall. Anyway, still focusing on the first half for first draft fall, sorta, but I also got sidetracked with outlining another act in my main. That is the mood, isn't it? Like, you have an idea, you juggle different parts of idea until you're like 10,000 words into the first draft, and not even then. I totally get it. Excuse me. But that having been said, awesome, awesome to the idea of prequel novels. Uh, do tell what this one is about. I will put that out there. We are all about summaries and going off, so feel free. Bea says, I'm actually reading a book for an online book club, so I might try to knock that out as the books due at the library this weekend. Yeah. I fully encourage you to use this time to knock that out because don't fuck around with library fees, man. But yeah, I hope that is a good book, and I hope that you can knock it out before this weekend, for sure. And on that note, I'm going to take like a 10-minute break, get up from the uh, desk, and go make some hot chocolate so that my throat can stop fucking itching, and we can proceed once I get back around 10:40 with our next sprint. How's that sound? In the meantime, feel free to talk amongst yourselves. As always, the chat is just as much for you guys as it is for me. And have fun. I will be right back. All right. Sorry that took a little bit longer than I had anticipated. The problem with also living on your own in a smaller apartment than what you used to have, when it's also had bugs and whatnot, is that your kitchen becomes a disaster faster, and it becomes an obvious disaster that you then need to clean up. So basically, I had to clean up before I could even make cocoa. But now I have cocoa, and I can breathe a little bit better. So I'm ready to get back into it. Let's see what went on while I was gone. This particular novella is about my MC, Kana, and how she originally rises to power within the militaristic empire she's part of. Her sister is the leader and uses her as a weapon, and she finally in this finds a way to kind of break out of that control and stand up for herself, those around her. That does sound really epic, Lena. I should probably make an actual summary at some point, but I've got themes of want versus need, or who she is supposed to be, and finding out who she wants to be. The series is my baby. I started it somewhere around 2011. A lot has changed since then, but that's why I usually have trouble summarizing. That's fine. That's fair. Like, whenever you're close to it, it's harder to put it in words. Wow, over a decade, very cool. The main is a web series. The first 3 acts, Volume 1, are done, but then I've always envisioned the prequels following that in a read order, then the end of the main. So that's sort of the order I'm working in. Ooh, neat. Prequels seem like a fun challenge. They are a bit, mostly because I challenged myself to write in a single character's POV. The main series cycles through about 13 POVs. Damn. Well, it's a little different. I have a large main group of characters, 7 primary, and it's a bit of a pass the baton, so in a way, it's the same storyline, just different viewpoints. They have their own internal arcs, but the external one is the same. Then I have a primary antagonist storyline, Kana's sister, that I just sort of check in with every now and then while she does her evil stuff, and a secondary antag storyline that changes each act. Their internal arcs also included 3 romances because I'm a hopeless romantic. That all sounds amazing. It sounds like a proper epic. Like all these, an ongoing theme, a main villain, but right off the bat, it feels like your world is expansive with all this stuff going on simultaneously and different viewpoints of the same events. So it would be fascinating to just sort of see that in action. And I'm really looking forward to one day being able to do just that. And also to the I would clean your kitchen for you, I am giving you a cheers right now. Let's see. Let me just take a little sip and we can set up for the next sprint. Oh, that is some good stuff. I'm like feeling my mouth bits just sort of softening as warm hits them, and it's such a good feeling. But that having been said, thank you. I'm glad you think so. The web series is actually on Tapas, and I've kind of silently released ebook versions. I need to stalk you more often so I can read all this. But yeah, absolutely. Feel free to toss links in the Discord, by the way. But that said, oh, we are just on time. It is 10:59 p.m. Eastern. Let's go for a couple more sprints, like close out to midnight, and then at that point, I know that it's still going to be election night until God knows when, but I feel like midnight's a good place to stop, so that we can all kind of decompress, or at least get ready for bed, and hopefully in the morning is good news. Naked says, haha, I'll send you a link. It's all free to read, and the first act is illustrated. Ooh, yes, please do. Please send the link. I will keep an eye on Discord as they set up the next sprint. But yeah, that having been said, it is 11 p.m. on the dot. So, those who are writing, I wish you the best of luck with the sprint. We are going for another 20 minutes. So, on your marks, get set, and also, Lena Kid, we can continue chatting while this is going on. A-okay, if none of you mind me chatting. Alternatively, just feel free to toss links into the Discord and I will get to them. Long story short, and go. All right, and there we go. That is another sprint over and done with. And also thank you to Lena Ket and Companion Wolf. I see all of your stuff in the Discord, and I will comb through it. Companion Wolf is totally a-okay to post that in January as well. I'm not blaming you. Honestly, it's a very loose, rules loose Discord server. I'll let you guys talk things through on the Discord about stuff. But I will definitely dig through and fully encourage y'all to check out World Anvil as well. Why do I keep on calling it Word Anvil? It's not. But in the meantime, let's see. How did you guys do? That was a better run than beforehand for me. Is 1295 minus 868. I don't even remember. 427. So we're getting there. Admittedly, I partially transcribed a few things, but like, I'd say right about where the shopkeep was talking about inventory, I made stuff up. So, you know, we're getting back into the swing of things, and it feels good. This is a very slow-moving chapter, though. Yeah, it's not going to pick up steam for a while. And it'll probably be one of those ones that I'm going to have to eventually trim down. But we're getting there. We're getting back into it, and hopefully the momentum will just continue to grow from here. Especially since, you know, I'm falling into a decent pattern in terms of weeks. This week, you know, I have plenty of time. There's going to be those 2 live streams further on down this week. And, you know, hangout sessions here and there. But it's all about pacing yourself and continuing on with that pace. And also kind of like being kind to myself as well. Like, I think what I need to do is pace myself at work, and whenever I have downtime, scribble it in the notebook and just keep on going like that. And eventually, words will happen. So, let's see. Manual says, put the links to my tabletop baseball and stuff in Discord. And I've been making some of the bigger, more main character books in my league in Pick Crew. Understandable. You're having fun, and that is the important thing. Bay says, I managed to read a handful of pages of my book, and I think I might actually finish reading the ending in the next session. Haha, excellent. And Lena Cat says, always be kind to yourself, and that gets an amen. Like, especially this week. I'm sure that it's going to be stressful for all of us. Again, it is what it is. Whatever happens, happens. And just know that you are not alone. And we made it this far, and we're going to keep on making it. And that is a sentiment that I've been told, actually, by family when I got a little bit dark earlier this week. The biggest thing is always measure your everything, really, and the idea that you have made it this long and you can make it a little bit longer no matter how bad things get and things feel. You can always get back up and keep going, and you've done it before, so don't forget that you can do it again. Leon Kid says, I've spent a year being kind to myself, and I'm in a kind of I need to kick my own ass to get going kind of place right now. But I'm trying to do it in a kind way. Yeah, I mean, balance, for sure, balance. Because, like, you don't want to be so kind to yourself that you kind of, like, get not lazy exactly, but kind of like you don't feel like pushing yourself too hard and embracing ambition, but you also kind of like that's one hole, but you also don't want to break yourself. So it's like somewhere in the middle, and that's difficult. I totally get it. Um, but yeah, I am rooting for you to find that balance between those two extremes. Um, it is currently 11:26. It'll be just past oh my god, I can totally speak somewhere just past 11:30. I can also math, but that's normal for me. I've never been good at math. Do not ask me to do numbers on the spot, but I hope you take this as a compliment, but I am enjoying your streams because it reminds me of, I'm not sure this ages me, but it reminds me of the radio person Delilah. Oh my god, that is a name that I haven't heard in forever. I know exactly who you mean too. Like, soft rock Delilah. Oh my god, that brings back so many memories. Like, long drives, you have soft rock on the radio and this very soothing voice just speaking out to you between love songs, reassuring you that you're not alone and there are lovers out there and the song is dedicated to this one person and things like that. Oh, I miss her now that I think about it. I'm gonna look up what's up with her. Like, is she still on the radio? God, I hope so. Oh my god, she's still around. Begins at 7, and she still has a show. Delilah begins 7 p.m. and ends around midnight local time. She takes calls, emails, and letters sent through a radio station's website from her listeners. She's based in the Pacific Northwest. Never actually knew. Um, I do take that as a compliment. I love her. God, I need to start listening to her again. Oh my goodness. And you can actually, if you go to her website, you can actually find where you can listen to her. Apparently, you can listen to her online on your local station, or if you want to go the iHeartRadio option with corporate. She also has a podcast. Oh, that is so cute. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, she also reads poetry. Holy crap, I love her. But yeah, I absolutely take that as a compliment. And oh, did we finish up? We did. Oops. We have gone so long that we ran out of lo-fi tunes on that particular channel. Let me switch to another lo-fi hit. Where's a good one? Um, this will just be a moment while I decide. There's so much like lo-fi hip hop out there, and it's fantastic. This one looks good. Oh, this one's good. She was the OG podcast before podcast was a thing. Oh my god, yeah, and she was so encouraging too, if I recall correctly. But in general, it's sort of like it was such a great way to end your day. Or, it was such a good station to listen to if you were driving around at night. It was just like she has this warm tone to her voice for sure, and that's why I also take it as a compliment because I very much appreciate the idea that somebody thinks that my voice is warm. But Makeup says, do YouTube streams only let you play YouTube playlists? I feel like the answer is obviously yes. No, actually, you can play whatever you want. I once did Neil.fun, their lo-fi, but their lo-fi is a little bit repetitive. I can also do Spotify. The only reason why I haven't switched over to that is because whereas lo-fi streams, it's sort of like generic and it doesn't seem like you have too much copyright fun stuff. Spotify, you know, excuse me, there's 100% an artist behind all of those. Not that there isn't any artists behind YouTube playlists, but like, it's a little bit more of a copyright gray area, and the last thing that I want is to have like the YouTube police come in and be like, "What the hell are you doing?" Um, so that is why I have been doing YouTube lo-fi streams. Basically, kind of like mooching off of somebody else's stream, which is also a moral gray area, but not like copyright strike gray at least. But yeah, I would love to take requests and just like stream music. Like, I feel like if we get a couple hours deep into a stream, nobody will care. Especially since we don't really have that many followers and listeners anyway. So I might that might be a thing I'll do on a different stream just to test out the waters, like take requests and be an actual Delilah. Yes, it's Leonka says, yes, it's the encouraging, understanding, reminds me of you. Aww. Well, I thank you genuinely, and that is very encouraging also. Like, I would love to be here for people and let them relax and let them fall into that pattern of writing and getting into their things, but also just sort of like to be here for other people, because I know that, you know, writing communities can be a little bit lonely. Some people have plenty of support. They have their own offline fans, but for a lot of people, you know, writing is a lonely sport, I think, or at least we view it as such. And I would like to encourage, you know, you to not only share your work, but also like come in and vibe with other writers, because that's, you know, I used to go to writing meetups, and what I got from that is that it's so much better to, even if you don't actually literally share your writing with another person, if you're too shy to do that, just the act of being there in a place with somebody else who's also writing, it makes it so much easier to approach creativity and to just sort of like, I don't know, like embrace the artistic moment in a way. So I would happily be the writing Delilah of YouTube. It says, "What writing is one of the loneliest hobbies. It takes a lot of self-assurance to hold yourself up even in a crowd." Absolutely. It's because like you spend so many hours just like forming ideas in your head and putting them onto paper, whereas with other pursuits, like even visual art, even if you're producing that yourself, it's so much easier to show off your progress and share your work and collab with other people than it is to be a writer alone in your box just typing out words. But yeah, it takes, you're right, it takes a lot of self-assurance to stand up and be brave enough to share your work, because it's like your baby, you spend a lot of time with it. And yeah. Definitely going to call you the writing Delilah. Excellent. I fully encourage this. Thank you. But also thank you for reminding me that Delilah exists. Like, I think I stopped listening to her, which is a shame. When I stopped really listening to the radio, which was sometime in college. So we're talking like late 2000s, early 2010s. But like, I don't know, like I do miss the radio. Like, I miss tuning in and hearing a DJ at the late hours and listening to tunes. And there was less control over it, but you know, it's sort of like having, I don't know, it's something magical. It's kind of like syndicated TV, you know, like before streaming, actually sitting down watching a television show and having to keep up with schedules because you didn't always have it, you know? It's like that magical hour when you and your family gathered around to watch TGIF. And there we go. Technically a long break, but I'm going to just finish off with like, the internet has been less control, but they took you on a journey, absolutely. And also, like, it's a different experience. Television was a shared experience back in the day. Like, you sat down with your family to catch the shows that you liked, or to watch TGIF and stuff like that. You don't do that these days. And hell, even like everything was tailored for the viewer. It wasn't like shilling. Even like commercials, they were more entertaining and less just dry advertising. And with the radio, it was more of a shared experience because, like, you didn't always listen to the radio with other people, but it was a constant voice, even when you were otherwise alone. It was just you, the DJ, and it was like having a friend share with you words of encouragement from connecting you with other people and sharing their music with you. And just like, it was something else, for sure. And Leah Kit says, TGIF, Nick at Night with siblings and cousins. Absolutely. Like, all of those blocks. Snick, which is also Nickelodeon, I know. But like, Snick, TGIF, like Saturday morning cartoons too. Like, oh my god, I miss Saturday morning cartoons so much. I mean, going back and watching each of those cartoons on their own, it's like hit or miss. Like, The Real Ghostbusters is timeless, and I highly recommend actually sitting down and watching episodes. But like, it loses something when it's not like in a block, surrounded by cartoons, and you're 4 years old, sitting next to your big brother, and you're both like waiting for your mom to finish making bacon and eggs in the kitchen, or you're eating sugary ass cereal and watching cartoons. You know what I mean? It's like a different experience. Nia says, I'm from the deep south, so when you drove somewhere, you were in a car for 45 minutes to an hour to go to the grocery store. Yeah. First off, ouch. Luckily, I have not experienced that, but long trips anywhere, absolutely. The radio was your constant companion, which is exactly why I keep saying, like, Delilah was perfect for driving at night. Because, like, my family at least, when they would go see friends, my family's friends would be out 30 minutes in a different county or something like that. So we'd be driving around, and Delilah would be on the radio, and you would just sort of like be in the back seat, listening to Delilah and adult contemporary music and watching the streetlights go by, and it was excellent. The kid says, "Are you afraid of the dark?" was a whole thing, and pause on the keyboard. I remember, "Are you afraid of the dark?" Yes. Honestly, that was such a good show. It was so much better than Goosebumps, in my opinion. Like, just the quality of storytelling, the production values, everything about it was so good. And it was actually scary, 8-year-old scary, not like goofy. It was legit terrifying. Like, I remember that episode with Tia and Tamara Mowry, and one of them was secretly like a lizard who turned into a person, and she was trying to straight up kill the person that she was trying to replace, and it was like so terrifying to watch. But like, shows like that were so good. Like, I will never stop singing the praises of The Adventures of Pete and Pete as another one. But like, Are You Afraid of the Dark? The Adventures of Pete and Pete. Space Cases, very underrated, but so good. All that, like, Nickelodeon had so many really good live action shows back in the day. It was incredible. Like, even the really kind of like mid tier ones, like Salute Your Shorts, was still funny as hell. Um, and honestly, like, to this day, I'm kind of weird in saying that I preferred the Nickelodeon live action shows to the Nicktoons. Like, don't get me wrong, like there were some legitimate art pieces back in 90s Nicktoons, like Rocko's Modern Life, which was the absolute best. Fuck you, Ren and Stimpy. But like all these little quirky and subversive cartoons, but it's still not as good as like the shenanigans that ensued with the live action stuff. Like, oh, and Clarissa explains it all too. Like, weirdly, not my favorite, which should have probably clued me in, like, been the first hint that I was not completely a girl. But, still very good and a lot better than iCarly, I think. Maybe. I didn't really watch iCarly, but, it's just, like, different. Let's see. Delilah was my mom's favorite. That's why I think I immediately went there. It was night. It's soft rock. My mom is singing, and I'm about to go to sleep. It was a calm, soothing time. Yeah, exactly. That's the exact vibe, really. Um, and also note for note, 100%. I know that car ride because same here. My mom didn't really sing, but it's driving with your mom and Delilah's on the radio. Everyone remembers that episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yes. Like, there's that one. There's also the one where the girl goes into the painting, which had been my favorite for decades until I started, like, rewatching Are You Afraid of the Dark here and there, or at least reading the wiki, and I'm like, oh shit, this has unlocked past traumas for me. Jesus. Pete and Pete with his dancing tattoo. I know, right? Like, I had such a mad crush on Danny Tamborelli when I was like 8 years old, and part of that is just because he was Little Pete was just so badass. I gotta say, like, I've seen pictures of Danny Tamborelli now, and like I'm like, he's not like conventionally attractive. He is definitely definitely the kind of dude you would expect to be in a garage band in his 30s. But, like, he has this vibe, man. Like, I would definitely drop acid with him or smoke weed. Mostly smoke weed because I don't do acid. He apparently does, though, according to Reddit. But in any case, I hate Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, right? It was like such gross out humor, and then it turns out that the creator is a child predator. But it's that like it's it was just weird in bad ways, I think. Like it was very 90s because like 90s was all about like gross out humor and also ugly art. And John Kay, I think his the way you pronounce it is Krasinski or something like that. His art is very much that crunchy, pseudo nostalgic, gross out, ugly art that perfectly embodied the spirit of the 90s. That subversion, slightly corporate but not really grungy aesthetic. But the show was fucking dumb. The show was fucking dumb, and it opened the way for a child predator to prey on younger artists. And I cannot, in good faith, I didn't like it when I was a kid, and I cannot, in good faith, give it the benefit of the doubt now. However, Rocco was still so fucking amazing. Like, funny, weird, and actually looked good. Doug, also very good. Very divisive, I know, and as growing up, it was like not my favorite, but I can appreciate the fact that it was basically a teen sitcom but in cartoon format. But the live action was where it was. Oh, I remember Clarissa. I didn't have helicopter parents, so they didn't care about anything else, but they would not let us watch Ren and Stimpy. It was banned after a few episodes. Everything else was game, but we had to change the channel when Ren and Stimpy came on. Um, so my parents didn't really care what I watched so long as I didn't repeat anything that I saw when my brother was watching. And my brother was 6 years older than I am. I had to do a little, well, he is still 6 years older, but imagine being like you're 4 or 5, your brother is 10, 11, 12. So he's in the right age to be watching weird ass cartoons like Ren and Stimpy. So I did actually watch Ren and Stimpy. Uh, and I can say for certain that you did not miss much. It is not a memorable cartoon. It is 30 minutes of random and also watching a loud, annoying dog be literally abusive to a dumbass cat. And it's not like you can't even be sympathetic to the cat because, like, he was dumb as a block, like extreme levels of stupidity. So it was like nobody in that show was actually likable, and you were just watching gross out joke after gross out joke with no end until the final fucking credits, and you were blessed. And God forbid you were watching a marathon, because they did have marathons back in that day, and sometimes it was Ren and Stimpy. And then sometimes it was Rugrats, and you were cursed to watch even more ugly, annoying cartoons. I did not like Rugrats growing up either. I still don't. Like, I don't really. I mean, in hindsight, I kind of get it. Babies are cute. And you're watching funny haha times, I guess. But, like, to me, Rugrats was annoying when I was a kid. And it should shock nobody that I did not willingly ever babysit unless it was for family. So, yeah, small children back then annoyed me. Watching a show about small children annoyed me. And now as an adult, I'm like, I get it. It's cute. The style is not half bad. But holy shit, I cannot watch a full episode of this. Doug was approachable, Daria. Yes. Doug was also friendlier, Daria, I want to say, like more cheerful Daria, because Daria was like a little bit of that teenage cynicism, essentially, that you saw a lot in the 90s. Whereas Doug was like, oh, these kids are having fun. This is a teenager and his friends just chilling out, having fun, and being cool. My older brother, 4 years, long time, would covertly watch it, and I didn't even like it. He'd try to get me to come in, and I'd be like, nah, and leave the room. Actually realized as an adult, my parents made my brother change it because I didn't like it. Oh, you tried to instill taste on your brother, and it didn't work, and I'm so sorry. I will be right back, actually. Be right back. Yeah, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Doug equals Daria, Ren and Stimpy equals Beavis and Butthead. Agreed, but also Beavis and Butthead is still a better show. Like, there were storylines there. Beavis and Butthead got their comeuppance more than once, and if we're talking about like early Beavis and Butthead, you at least had the excellent music videos in between all those segments. Ren and Stimpy had nothing going for it. Let's be real. It did not work. My brother still likes South Park. That's another name that I haven't heard in a long while. I'm sure that one's still going on too. Um, don't get me wrong, Matt and the creators like Matt Stone and Trey Parker, they're actually creative geniuses. Like, they've done other stuff besides South Park, and they are actually funny. But that show, it's sort of like, nah. It's. I tried watching it more than once, but I just can't get into it. To me, it's not that not it's not that I don't like political humor. Like, I am 100% here for ratfucker John Oliver. But I don't know, something about South Park and the way it's just like, I don't know. It's not funny to me. It's creative for sure, like visually interesting, and I do give it props for being an art piece. But it's just not as entertaining to me as it is for other people. Is what I'm saying. So I guess what I'm trying to get at. Beavis and Butthead was better than Ren and Stimpy to the punk aspects, but if we are drawing parallels, yeah, fair enough. That is 100% a fair comparison right there, because, like, absolutely, Doug and Daria are the clean sitcom cartoons, cleaner sitcom cartoons. Ren and Stimpy and Beavis and Butthead are the crunchy, punky cartoons. And I guess, like, then you have King of the Hill and The Simpsons, which are not quite on the same level, but also on the same level in comparisons. Companion Wolf says, or rat what? So, John Oliver has a long running joke where he finds really ridiculous stuff and pays actual money for stuff. Like, there was this one time whenever he paid for AI generated art, and he said this is the only piece of AI generated art that is actually good, and it's just pictures of him getting married to a cabbage. He has also paid numerous times for various ads and websites that essentially funnel you from like right-wing websites onto, hey, here's a comedy video that explains to you why you're dumb. He has straight up bribed Clarence Thomas with an RV. And the rat fucker thing is in reference to the numerous appearances of a piece of furry art that depicts two white rats who are just going at it. And he has put this on television and said that he actually paid money for it. And he's very proud that he paid money for the rat fucker art. John Oliver is just wild. I fully recommend that you watch Last Week Tonight. Partly because you have, like, John Oliver educating you on major issues that you should be educated on, but also because the more you watch, the more he has money to do stupid shit like that, and it's funny every single time. Um, Also, there's the off chance that he will, pay money for things that are actually good in the long run for the country. Like, there was that one time when he actually just randomly bought up a shit ton of medical debt and forgave it just on the spot. Like, he is the definition of chaotic good. Like, he uses his television time very wisely, and I fully recommend that you go and support him. And by being a part of his audience, I know that you will just be one of millions upon millions of people who tune into Last Week Tonight. But like 100% ethical television right there. Linkhead says, in reference to South Park, it tries hard to go the other way, where it tips into appealing against the satire. Yeah, pretty much. That is a good way to describe it. Like, it either feels like it's beating you on the head over the head with satire and its politics, or it doesn't make a point of anything at all. Like, it's the unnuanced kind of satire, like satire for the lowest common, not to say lowest common denominator, but like people who don't really understand nuance, you know what I mean? Like, every time South Park brings something up, there's a very clear, this is good, this is evil, we're making fun of the bad guys here kind of vibe to it. And we're going to do it in the grossest way possible with vastly unlikable characters. And you're going to be dragged into what is essentially a Reddit debate for this cartoon half hour. Have fun. And it's like exhausting to watch, essentially. It's not fun. It's not funny to me. It's exhausting. King of the Hill versus Simpsons is also Family Guy versus Bob's Burgers. I will go so hard for Bob's Burgers is my favorite thing. I actually need to sit down and watch Bob's Burgers, and I know there's no excuse. The clips I've seen are fantastic. I love the vibe that I've gotten that Bob and his wife are like a healthy relationship for once in a cartoon sitcom. I'm all for it. I'm also all for weird kids being confidently weird. It just, in general, has this amazing vibe. I've also listened to like 99 Red Balloons, their version of it, and it's so funny. I love it. But like, I just haven't really had time to sit down and watch it, and it's a shame. But also, yeah, I need to say it, but like, if somebody tells me they like Family Guy, I know exactly what kind of person they are. If somebody quotes Family Guy on me, I know exactly what kind of person they are. And it's like, I don't mean to insult people who like Family Guy, but it's like 9 times out of 10, I'm like, oh god, I'm just bracing myself for some kind of weird ass comment. It's either going to be sexist or anti-queer or God knows what else, but it's going to be something. So I guess that kind of colors my opinion of Family Guy, and unfortunately, because Family Guy does have its moments. It is a technically really well put together show. Like, visually is fantastic animation. The characters are sort of mid-tier, in my opinion. Like, average Married with Children stuff that you used to see all the time in the 90s. But like, there's a lot of creativity, and the guy behind it, whose name also slips my mind right now, is actually also a comedic genius. Like, he has done it. If you see some of his like jokes in isolation, they are funny as hell. Like, I watched this clip today of from one of the Ted movies of like a legit actor just cameoing, and what he does is he goes up to Ted, who's working a checkout counter, and he puts a box of tricks in front of him, and he's like, "Is it true tricks are for kids? Uh, if I buy this box of tricks, will anybody follow me?" And it's the funniest thing because, like, you have this serious actor who's asking, will he be jumped and arrested for buying a box of cereal that's advertised as for kids only? And you have this stuffed bear who has, like, this dumbfounded expression on his face, answering in the most deadpan ways possible. And it's, like, absolute comedy gold. I was laughing the entire time. But like you have those moments and then you kind of have like kind of humor mixed in there as well. And the fandom is kind of like the Rick and Morty, and it's hit or miss. You either have the really insufferable Redditors or the chill people, and it's like you're kind of bracing yourself for the insufferable Redditors. So it's like, Anyway, Cabbage Marriage sounds ideal, to be honest. It was beautiful. I shed a tear. I'm so happy for John for finding his one true love that is a cabbage and not his actual wife. He commissioned it. I can't remember if I feel like he actually found it and just bought it. Like, like he bought the actual painting, but it existed. Leah Cat says, we keep saying rat fucker, but JD Vance and couch fucker thing is so funny to me. As a person from the deep south, intelligent people from the deep south hate hillbilly elegy. Yeah, I mean, it's fake, because, like, not to get super duper political, but, like, JD Vance, Companion Wolf says, JD Vance just makes me sad, couches aren't even hot, poor taste in objects, I know, right? But, like, JD Vance is just fake, like, not actual representation of the middle class and lower of the South, or the Appalachians. Like, I lived a stone's throw away from West Virginia, and I kind of know and understand that vibe too. And it's like, when he doesn't talk like anybody from those areas, he isn't concerned with their concerns. And I think that's like what really boggles my mind about people who are super duper right wing in those areas, because they're like, oh yeah, the Republican Party, Trump and Vance are for the working class people. And I'm like, you do realize that you are rooting for literally a billionaire, a New York billionaire. Well, not really a billionaire, but he likes to project the idea that he's rich and powerful and corporate. So he's literally all of the things that way back in the day, like you said, stood against working class values. Like growing up, the working class and middle class were all like, oh, these New York fat cats don't understand us, and shit like that. And all of a sudden, you're all for that, and JD Vance is just like an extension of that. So, like, I just don't understand why it's so difficult to process that this is a New York fat cat. Like, that should be the thing that gets you to not want to buy into that. But I guess, like, old values and value consistency, it doesn't count whenever shiny red thing happens. And honestly, that's what kind of why I hated growing up in Pittsburgh, because, like, I'm not super duper surprised that the surrounding states, I haven't checked the map, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are currently red, as they have been for all of my life. And that is something that just will never change. John Oliver buying the med debt is the most amazing thing I've seen in my life. Same here. Like, that, I was already very much. I was already very much about John Oliver, and I loved everything that he did. But when he did that, I was like, you have earned yourself a loyal watcher from now until forever, Mr. Oliver. Like, such fucking loot. And also, thank you for teaching us how to, like, buy up med debt. Like, that is one thing that I want to do if I ever actually get money. Like, if I get fuck you JK Rowling money from my books, I am not going to be like, I'm going to turn transphobic and start making transphobic campaigns. No, fuck that. I am going to be like, hi, I am going to buy up all the med debt, like every single fucking year as much as possible, and I'm just going to pay it off until you fuckers get like universal healthcare. And then whatever money I have left over, I'm just going to do the Rupert Grint thing and like buy an ice cream truck and just go around and hand people ice cream because fuck it, why not? Um, he's playing into stereotypes he has never been a part of. If that's about Trump, yeah, exactly. Like, and I'll give him this. He's good at it. Like, he's not good at actually playing the part because he fucking sucks at that. But like, good at convincing people that he wants to be those stereotypes. Like, he's good at dressing up like a garbage man and convincing people, yeah, he's with the garbage men and shit like that. He's good at making fries and convincing people that he's with McDonald's workers and that he's not the kind of person who would stiff building contractors for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he's not the kind of person who has looked down on fast food workers all his life. Because like even those comments of like, oh, it's never touched a hand in a day in his life, like are you assuming that fast food workers are dirty, sir? But yeah. Anyway, I got my MFA in writing in NYC, and I went to the new school. And one of my first days, one of the professors told me, "You and X will get along. You are both from the South." She was from Appalachia, and I'm Cajun. We looked at each other across of a college class table and raised a brow, and immediately knew we knew. Yeah, New York is for sure something else. But yeah, you also get it because like there's always been that divide between New York, the northeastern seaboard in general, from like DC all the way up to Boston, even into New England, the rural bits of New England. There's been a divide between all of that and a huge chunk of the rest of the country. And I feel like in any other situation, we understand that. But for some reason, when an election comes to, like, it's not a bad thing that, and not exactly a thing that has to be, but like, every time, for everything outside of an election, it's sort of like, oh, these fat cats in New York, oh, these big city people. It's exactly why, you know, the electoral college is a thing. But for some reason, when it comes time to vote, we forget that's why the electoral college is a thing. We forget that mistrust in city people, and all of a sudden, the person who comes from a city, like a major city, has always placed himself above all of us and has embraced the New Yorker. He hasn't even embraced the New Yorker stereotype. People in New York fucking hate his guts and have always hated his guts. And that is something that I've had to explain to my father more than once. But like, Trump has always kind of like pretended to be New Yorker and pretended to be essenced in New York. And outside of New York, he is what people would think of as New York until all of a sudden he started running for president. And it's so fucking mind boggling that we forget that part. Like, I remember that back in the 90s, like, yeah, he was the epitome of corporate fat cat. Like, he was, when we say that most villains in the 90s were modeled after him, it wasn't just that they were modeled after him. We knew him as that. Like, he was essentially a reality trash star before Kim Kardashian. You know what I mean? Like, uh, he was at most a trash fire that we watched from a distance, like with all of his marriage scandals and shit like that, and ritzy New York rich excess and shenanigans. And all of a sudden, people in the middle of the country are saying, well, he's a mouthpiece for us. And sort of like, when did you flip from seeing him as a corporate fat cat to mouthpiece of you? Like, I don't get it. I never will. But anyway, I can only cancel out one person. I'm not looking, I can only cancel out one person. Don't look at it, love yourself. Yeah, I agree. Don't look at it. Don't look at the maps. Whatever happens, happens. I don't know what to do with that money. I'll probably still have my day job. Someone will be sad and be all, my roof caved in. I'll be like, okay, I bought you a roof. That is also a good way of doing it. Like, if you fall into money, uh, it's, I've heard stories of people who just continue on with their lives as if nothing had happened, and all of a sudden, you find out that they were loaded the entire time and they only worked because it was something to do. And that is also something to aspire to, because like nobody bothers you. Nobody hits you up for money, and you are free to give whatever you need to whomever you need, and you still have the security at the end of the day. So that's also a really smart way of playing it. That's what Trump leaned on this time around. We bonded over they don't know what we know. We are absolutely not the same, but they don't know. He's not walking here, bada bing, bada boom. Trump pretends to be a New Yorker, but plays so deeply into gut Southern politics. It's unfortunately why he appeals. He's a city guy that gets them. That makes sense. Yes, people are like, oh, he's the one city guy who gets them. And that's unfortunate. It really is. So after all that talk, it looks like we're at 12:16 a.m. Eastern. We could do one more sprint, but then 100% that would be it for tonight. What do you guys say? Do you want to do one more round? You know what? Let's do one more round. Especially since I looked into the SC and it seems like nobody is on. Oops, my bad. But one more round and then we'll call it for the night. So 20 minutes on the clock. And ready, set, let's go. And there we go. That was 20 minutes, and that is going to be our last timer for the night. Let's see. There it is. I could write a sentence. I can't write a sentence. I'll attempt. I'm so sorry I didn't see these. Note to self, don't let window with timer block chat in the future. But whether or not you got anything done, I barely got anything done myself. How many words did I actually get done? Start here. Yeah, 187. That is pathetic. Well, it's not pathetic. It is progress. So if you made any progress, that is the important thing, really. It doesn't matter how much progress that was made. It's just about getting a little bit done. But before we sign up for the night, how did all of you do? Whoever's still in the chat. Daniel Wolf says, I'm the EP. Yeah, in that case, yeah. It is kind of late. Usually I stay up until about 3 a.m., but I wind down by going to play Final Fantasy, which I am very much looking forward to. So we'll wrap this was for sure our last sprint, and I fully encourage you to go and get some sleep. Kat says, I really got something done, but I'm not going to do a word count because there was a lot of editing done. That is fair. I had mentioned that editing also counts, as it does with most of my challenges, because editing is a valid form of progress that we, for some reason, don't really talk about that often in running communities. But with editing, it's a little bit trickier. Personally, I just count words from where you started editing to where you finished, and even if you didn't touch the words, it would still be part of your count. But I also understand that that's technically cheating for a lot of people. So however you want to count it, if you don't want to count it, that is also a-okay. Companion Wolf says, I have a job interview tomorrow, so I should likely go to bed. Good night, friends. Oh, yes, go get some rest, and best of luck with the job interview, Companion Wolf. Tell us how you did next time we have our stream. Speaking of which, streams. We are back to our regular schedule. That is Thursdays and Fridays, 8 p.m. to likely 10 p.m. I don't normally like having streams go on for far, far too long, because nobody would want to watch a 4-hour video of just people talking, even though that seems to be the norm on YouTube these days. But in any case, it will only be probably 2 hours. So this coming Thursday, tomorrow is raid night, so nothing tomorrow. And then again on Friday. And then as for the weekend, I will not be around on Sunday. I've got things to do in the city. Maybe Saturday, we'll see. I'm also probably going to vegetate because, self-care day. But we'll see. Keep an eye on my Blue Sky and also Discord to see if I announce any other sessions I announce on either of those. Leah Cat says, I count editing words with written words. I play things fast and loose. Hell yeah. Companion Wolf also says, thank you. I will let you all know. Excellent. Please do. But yeah, fast and loose is the way to go. So, long story short, next session, again, Bay says, I knocked out reading another chapter and just need to read the final chapter. Haha. I hope you enjoy the final chapter. I hope that was a good book in general, and not like something that you realized partway through was kind of sucked, but you were still going to read it because book club. I genuinely hope that it was pretty excellent. But in any case, best of luck with that final chapter. All in all, though, I hope you guys can come again on Thursday. If not, totally a-okay. Friday's also a game. If not to then, totally a-okay. You know me, like, you can join and hang out with me, or you can just be, like, super chill. These are super fun, happy times, and you do you. But with all that said, I am tired myself. We'll see if I can get anything done on Final Fantasy. If not, I will probably curl up and just stare at phone for a while. But it's been awesome to sit with you and to hammer out words and talk about uh, the good old days of the 90s and Nicktoons and all that other fun jazz. And am always looking forward to the next session. Leacat says, honestly, I really wish I still lived in the Sage just so we could show up randomly at a place and be there at the same time. I actually have my open chapter of this novella as an individual G-Doc and would like to share if anyone is interested. To the second thing, absolutely toss your links into Discord and I will check it out when I can. For the first thing, shockingly, when I lived in Boston, it was a lot easier because you had a bunch of nerds and they all went to one place. But for some reason, getting people to meet up in New York City is like fucking pulling teeth. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like post-pandemic shenanigans or whatnot. But I have not yet been able to get a writing group together that was consistent. I've never seen a writing group together that was consistent and didn't just meet up online. And there aren't very well advertised nerd circles, I've noticed. So nobody goes and, I don't know, goes to movie theaters together. Nobody, there's no open D&D sessions out there. It's kind of like, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I don't live in Brooklyn. Maybe that's the problem. But in any case, yeah, I really do wish that, a bunch of people who talk to me regularly just live closer so that we can all be like, let's go and commandeer Panera Bread for like 2 hours and drink very cheap iced tea and eat questionable sandwiches as we write, quote unquote. Leocat says, I was in charge of artist things at my coffee shop. I would have made it happen. Unfortunately, it's years late. My shop was in East Village, though. East Village is also an excellent place, but I don't know. I feel like I don't hear about stuff that happens in East Village. You, of course, still have, stuff happening at a handful of places like Black Cat LES and the book club bar, but it's like, if you don't actually live there, they're hard to get to. And if you do, it's like only a smattering of offerings. So usually just like one book signing or something like that, or one workshop a week. It's not really and the bookshop or the workshop is like for a very specific genre of books, and it's like not, doesn't sound quite as fun in my opinion, but I don't know. 12th and A, we had wine. East meets Alphabet City. Black Hat. Yes, you understand Black Hat. I am so glad. I don't remember who suggested that for one of the meetups, but I went there and it was amazing. Granted, they kind of it was a little bit crowded, and for some reason it had a B grade rating in terms of sanitation. And very quickly, if you're in New York, quick tip. If you want to know the good places, there are sanitation rating cards in the windows. Everybody has to have one if they serve food, because that means that the food inspector has been by. The rule goes, if it's A, chances are it's generally good. If it's B, it's like it had violations, but 50-50, it's okay. C is don't go there, ever. Grade pending means it had either an upgrade or a downgrade, but probably it's a roulette until you know. And if there's no card, they're hiding something, and they're not clever enough to hide it with fake A's. Yeah, we were hungry for that kind of thing then. We did a lot of visual artist nights because we couldn't find enough writers. We also did weird jazz nights. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. Like, I haven't seen a lot of those events lately. I think I've seen some events occasionally in the uppers, the cafes in either of the uppers, like Upper West or Upper East. I can't remember, but like you'd have that, and then you'd have the dance parties in Brooklyn. Like you'd have wild nightclub parties over there, and those would always be fun. But like generally speaking, like you didn't. Manhattan has gotten super quiet as of late, and I don't know why. Maybe it's just like pandemic stuff. People are still like a little bit cagey about having full on events, or maybe it's just that everything literally did move into Brooklyn. Hard to say. We got be once because I legit just had surgery and was looping kind of intimidating. You could open our front windows and we'd spill into the sidewalk, which got weird with cops. Um, I mean, it's not difficult to get weird with the NYPD at some places, especially in Manhattan, in my opinion, anyway. But that's just me talking about the NYPD, and that we all know about the NYPD. But in any case, I just think that's fucking hilarious that you accidentally intimidated the health inspector and he gave you a pee in retribution. Like, ouch. That's like the grade that you get when you see a live rat to the non-New Yorkers. So yikes. But otherwise, yeah, to gotta get an A. It has like you have so many options in New York. Why waste your time with a B? Unless you've been there, you like it, or it's been well recommended. Like Black Cat LES is well recommended, so I went in anyway. And the pastries were sort of mid. It was they had like those vegan pastries that you see all over the city, and they're not actually made in house, and they taste like pure sugar and glue mixed together. But Jesus Christ, the drinks were amazing there, and the vibes were immaculate for sure. But generally speaking, like otherwise, like go to A's. Yes, they can be faked, but generally speaking, A's are your go-to. Don't bother with B's because you have your pick of A's. And if you're going to a C, you are really taking your life in your hands. I think I've only seen one C in the decade that I've been living in and around the city, and it was kind of terrifying to see. It was still packed, and I don't understand. Like, if you got a C, you really fucked up. But in any case, sometimes if you're weird enough, the NYPD is also kind of okay. Maybe go away. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I mean, I will say this about the cops, like a cab, first off, but like working in the city in a public facing office is not easy, and I give anybody props for that, and that's like the base level amount of props they offer because, like, there are some shit that goes on around these parts, and like, granted, still a cab. Um, and you know, sometimes a lot of the shit that goes down doesn't have to go down, but like at the same time, like sometimes like riding the subway is fucking wild. Sometimes you get like dudes scream preaching about hellfire and people walking up to you and scream preaching as you're in like a Burger King trying to enjoy your burger. And that's just like New York. Welcome to fucking New York. But so like I can understand if they're like okay, yeah, maybe go away, go be New York someplace else, please. But ooh, I just peeked into Discord and that looks awesome, I gotta say. Yeah, I wish I was close enough to a place that did that. Like when I lived in Queens too, I lived in a part that where there were people, but it's like Queens. It's suburb. Queens is suburbs essentially. Nothing really happens out there unless you're rich and Jewish. Um, Really, the event places are Manhattan and Brooklyn. And I will say this, I do miss being able to go to events and then come home on the MTA and not have to worry about whether or not I have a Cinderella curfew like I do right now with buses and trains and stuff like that. Like I have to be back on a bus or on a train by midnight. And that sucks because then you have to plan around that and you don't, and it takes forever to get anywhere in the city. So like, I miss all the good stuff. So maybe it's like also I don't see the awesome events because I don't really live directly in Manhattan or Brooklyn where the stuff happens. But in any case, my favorite thing was a guy on the L who would go, "Is anyone home? Is anyone home?" And I was like, "Yeah, dude, is anyone home?" And gave him $20. See, that's mild at least. Like I have definitely been on a crowded F train, and there's this one guy who's saying all the gays are going to hell and describing hell in great detail. And it's the middle of the rush hour, and you're like, well, fuck me. I guess I'm just going to listen to this for a while because my podcast does not drown him out completely, and also we're underground. But yeah, God, that looks amazing. Like the pictures that you're posting. But okay, so I should probably like wrap up the stream. We could keep on talking about this for ages, but like it's also almost 1 a.m. So I do really like this. Please come back to another stream so that we can talk about NYC and all of its fun shenanigans. Or just like anything really. Delilah, 90s stuff, life in the middle of the US, and life in fun places, and all kinds of memories. It's just so much fun to talk to you and, just everybody in general, but also you. But, um, next session, like I said ages ago, is going to be Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Feel free to drop in. Then Friday, same time, and we'll see about any other time. But other than that, yeah. Also feel free to like continue posting stuff into Discord. I will definitely see it one way or another. But yes, I am sending my hearts right back. And on that note, thank you for coming tonight. Hopefully everything is going to be a-okay tomorrow, but if not, we're all here for each other. And on that note, good night, everybody. Take care and sweet dreams.